A confirmation about the audio, please, guys. If the audio is clear and available, kindly confirm the same. Thank you. We shall be starting in a couple of moments. So, hello, a very warm good morning to all of you, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to another session of Environment Ecology, where today we shall be proceeding ahead from where we left off yesterday. So, till yesterday, we have had a discussion about the various different facets when we talk about the ecosystems, when we talk about the various different types of responses indicated to abiotic factor changes. We also talked about the different types of ecological pyramids, and the pyramid of numbers, pyramid of biomass, pyramid of energy is something that we looked at. Then we also looked at and tried to understand the aspect of bioaccumulation and biomagnification. That is the processes through which in the food chain the contaminant does move, and there is a kind of a contamination which does happen through the food chain as well. So it happens either by accumulation of the contaminant in this from the same source, or it gets on magnified as you move up through the trophic levels in the food chain. So that is what we looked into. Then we looked into the aspect of the primary and the secondary succession. What do we mean by that? The ecological succession overall. And we also understood and tried to understand what do we mean by biomes. So we had been taking a look at the different types of biomes, and biomes basically are the larger areas, subpart of the entire biosphere, where when we talk about the biomes, these are the large areas which experience a kind of a similarity in climatic conditions. And when you have a similarity in climatic conditions, which is experienced as a consequence of it, the plants in that region also adapt accordingly. And once you have a kind of a plant in existence, that also ends up modifying the kinds of animals that you find in any particular area. And we also looked at few of the nuances and the adaptations indicated by the animal species in these areas. So amongst the biomes, we had taken a look at the rainforest biome. We had tried to understand the different types of species which live in the rainforest biome. We have taken a look at the tropical grasslands, that is the savanna biome. We have also tried to understand the desert biome, the temperate forest biome. And now we take a brisk look at the portion of the temperate grasslands. Okay. So now when we talk about temperate grassland, guys, now, these are in existence across almost all the various different continents of the world, other than obviously the region of Antarctica. You will find these grasslands to be persistent across almost all the major continents. Now, these are basically the regions in the temperate areas which receive somewhat little amount or less amount of rainfall. But here also moisture sufficiency is maintained. Why? Because the rate of loss of water from these regions is particularly lesser. And when the rate of loss of water is less, so even if you receive less amount of rainfall, that is more than sufficient. That is considered to be more than adequate as well. Now, here, the rate of decomposition is comparatively also slower. So when the rate of decomposition is slower, the organic matter present in the soil is also sufficient enough. Now, here you don't have the conditions that we see in the case of the savanna, where you have dried up grasslands persistent over a larger period of the year or larger area. So here you have the maintenance of the greenery. So obviously here also you will have the presence of the various different herbivores, the carnivores also will be found in this region. Now these temperate grasslands, we do know, or in case you have not covered the portion of geography, you have the names given to them, different names associated with them. So for example, in the region of North America, When we talk about the region of North America, there, very good. It is referred to as prairies. In South America, these temperate grasslands, they are referred to as, in South America, no, selvas are basically the evergreen rainforests. These are your pampas, which are present in the region of Argentina. Then in the region of Central Asia, they are referred to by the name as steppes. Then in the region of South Africa, they are known by the name of what? In the case of, yes, Janvi, that is good. They are referred to as velds. In the region of Australia, they are referred to by the name downs. Very good. Beautiful. It is also referred to as Canterbury in the region of New Zealand, but this is the overall representation of the temperate grassland ecosystem or the biome in general. Now, it is found in the Americas and the Central Asia's continental areas, amongst the many other regions, and rainfall is infrequent. So, organic waste does not degrade quickly. Rate of decomposition is slower here because for decomposition to happen quickly, you need the availability of moisture, warmer temperature, as well as the availability of air supply. Now, it is in these areas where the moisture supply is not very frequent. So that is why the rate of decomposition here is slow. So because the rate of decomposition is slow in this case, rate of decomposition is slow. So as a consequence, what do we have? We have nutrient rich, that is the organic nutrients, rich soil. Now, here you will observe that basically the kind of faunal species that you find, the kind of animal species that you find, will include the grazers and the browsers in particular. So, you have the large herbivores such as the bison, you have the antelope, cattle, rodents, prairie dogs, and you also have some of the carnivores such as wolves and so on. So, that is where you have the condition of the biodiversity. Then we come to the boreal forest biome. Boreal forest basically represents the existence of the conifers or the coniferous forests, right? That is what is indicated here. So this talks about the existence of coniferous forest. Now these are situated either in higher latitudes or in higher altitudes where the temperature is particularly on the lower side. So either on the higher latitude, that is closer to the polar areas, or higher altitudes. Now in this case, you will find certain unique characteristics exhibited by the trees in the sense that the trees have the conical shape. The trees in general, they represent a kind of a conical character or a conical shape. And along with that, here you will also find the presence and the persistence of needle-shaped leaves. Okay. Now, why do you think that is the case? Why do you think the trees in general also have a conical shape, as you can see from the images as well? And furthermore, when you consider these leaves, The leaves also are needle shaped. You don't have the broad leaves that you find in the high rainfall areas. It is in the high rainfall areas, please keep it in mind. It will always be in the high rainfall areas where you will find broader leaves. Wherever the rainfall, or in this case, when you talk about the coniferous forest, in this case, you have the needle shaped leaves. And what is the reason? Snowfall. Okay, not to allow the snow to accumulate so that snow can easily go down. Correct. So most of you are correct in this case. That is in order to withstand the heavy amount of snowfall. If the trees would not have been conical, if the trees would have had their regular shape that we observe on our day-to-day lives, now there in that case, the heavy amount of snowfall would have exerted so much amount of weight on the foliage of the tree themselves that it would basically fall or topple. Similarly, in the case of the leaf structure as well, if you have the broad leaves, for example, now if the snow, excuse me, if the snow, let's say, starts accumulating on the broad leaves, now in that situation, the leaf will become very heavy. The leaf will not be able to withstand the amount of weight exerted by the snow. So immediately the leaves will break off, and that will not be good for the plants. But when you have the needle shaped leaf, there you don't have that much accumulation of the snow, and the trees are able to withstand the harsh winter as well. The few of the trees here also are deciduous in variety. Now, overall, you will observe that here also the organic matter is persistently abundant in the soil, because the rate of decomposition in this region is also very, very slow. Okay. Now, other than that, when you talk about these particular trees to be found in the coniferous areas, many of the trees, for example, cheer pine, etc., now they are the ones which secrete some amount of fluid from their leaves and the stems and the branches. And that can be utilized for the manufacturing of biofuel energy as well. So that is the application of these trees that you always have to keep in mind significantly. Okay. So that is about the portion of the boreal forest. Now they are to be found either in, as I told you, either in higher latitudes or in the case of the higher altitudes. In India, we find them as well. And where do we find them in India? In the regions of the Himalayan mountain ranges. When you move higher up beyond 2000 meters in altitude across the region of the Himalayas, that is where you find the boreal forest biome. So it is found about 50-degree north in North America and around 60-degree north in Europe and Asia. Here you will find that there's a conspicuous absence of these forest types in the southern hemisphere. And the reason is pretty simple, because at higher latitudes in the southern hemisphere, you don't have the presence or the persistence of landmass at all, right? So that is why here you will find that there is no such presence for a longer stretch in the southern hemisphere. Average annual precipitation is between 40 to 100 centimeter. Now, please keep in mind, with this much amount of rainfall in the region of tropical areas, you will have either the existence of a thorny forest or you will have dry deciduous. But in this region, because you are talking about moisture adequacy and moisture sufficiency, because of loss of water due to evaporation and transpiration is so very less, that even this much rainfall is more than sufficient. Anyways, we do know that in general, as you move away from equator to the region of the poles, the amount of rainfall tends to reduce. Okay. Now, evaporation is minimal, so soil remains moist all through the year. Now, they are also referred to as taiga forest, and here you have the needle-shaped leaves which are predominant. Now, when we talk about the region further to the higher latitudes or further higher in altitude, that is what is represented by the tundra biome. Now, tundra biome is where you don't have a permanent vegetation type in existence. These are the ones which experience absolutely lower temperature. So either you have a complete lack of vegetation whatsoever, wherever you have a slight amount of vegetation, it is mostly in the form of mosses and lichens, and that also ends up growing particularly during the summer season, where some regions become ice free. Now, when we talk about the interior areas of Greenland, when we talk about the interior areas or the region around Antarctica, now many of these areas are permanently frozen under thick ice cap throughout the year, right? So that is where you have to understand that basically when we talk about the tundra biome, it is to be found only in certain areas, the ice covered regions, where you do have the existence of ice free zones as well. Now, there is a change which is happening in the region of Antarctica. Antarctica, overall, being a symbol of absolutely low temperature. Now, Antarctica, which used to be frozen throughout the year, around the coastal areas, due to rising temperature, Antarctica is exhibiting the feature or the phenomena where it can remain ice free throughout the year, the coastal areas in particular. So it is in these areas that now these mosses and lichens, they have given way to the growth of the flowering plants and the flowering trees as well. So not trees exactly, but flowering plants and perennial plants have been found to be growing in the outskirts of Antarctica. So that is a kind of a major change which has come into existence. Now, tundra biome is a treeless expanse underlain by permafrost to the north of the boreal forests. Now, permafrost means a region where the soil and the subsoil, at least, they are permanently in a frozen state. So here in this, soil and subsoil are in permanently frozen state. What do we mean by subsoil? So subsoil is the region or the layer of the soil immediately below the topsoil. So I hope we are aware that when we talk about soil, it is not only the soil that we see in the topmost layer with our own eyes, but even beyond that, you have the various different horizons of soil. I'm sure we are aware about the various horizons of the soil, or at least we are aware of the basics that the soil, as we move across the depth, it has got various different types of features. So that is your subsoil, the lower portion. Okay. Now, alpine tundra is a similar habitat that may be found at a higher elevation in lower latitude. So this basically indicates the presence of these particular kinds of tundra vegetation at greater altitude of the mountains, even when we talk about the lower latitude such as the Himalayas. So greater height in the mountains. Example, Himalayas. Okay. So here you don't have the presence of any kind of different types of flowering plants, etc. Only mosses and lichens. Now, lichens, by the way, they also end up representing a symbiotic relationship. And these symbiotic relationship is between which of the organisms? When we talk about lichens, they also represent a symbiotic relationship. And it is in between which organisms? Corals? No. Tardigrades? What is the question that I asked for which the answer you are giving as tardigrade? I understand, guys, it is early in the morning, but still that does not warrant a kind of a answer like this. So here, when we talk about the lichens, good. It is a symbiotic relationship between the algae and the fungi. Symbiotic relationship between the algae and fungi. Okay. So the mosses and the lichens, that is something that you will find in major predominance in these particular areas. So they are found to be growing during the summers. Whenever you have an ice-free condition in any particular region, that is where these will start to grow. And typical animals in this region are basically reindeer, Arctic fox, polar bear, snowy owl, lemming, Arctic hare, and so on. So, reptiles and amphibians are almost absent in this region because obviously, due to extremely low temperature, you don't find the reptilian species because the ground surface is so very cold and frozen. For the reptilian species to be able to survive in this area, it becomes a very difficult and almost an impossible task for that matter. So that is what here you will find as the absence of reptiles and the absence of amphibians in general. Now, after this, we pick up the thread for the aquatic biome. Now, when we talk about the aquatic biome, now here underwater, so for a long period of time, the aquatic conditions were not considered as a separate biome. But then, over a period of time, it was understood that even within the aquatic region, when we talk about, you have the various different types, such as the freshwater conditions, the saltwater conditions, that is, the saline conditions, etc., which are particularly prevalent. So, that is why you do have the presence of aquatic biome as a separate classification. Now, here the basic determining factors which will end up determining the productivity in the aquatic region is basically the three important factors, and that is availability of sunlight, the amount of dissolved oxygen which is present, as well as the temperature conditions. Now, availability of sunlight. Now, sunlight, when we talk about, it is important for photosynthesis. Okay, so it is important for photosynthesis. So that is why wherever you will find the availability or the presence of marine and aquatic plants, that is the region where the biodiversity will be particularly enriched. That is where you will have a lot of various different species, a lot of various different organisms which will come into existence. So that is why when we talk about, for example, the oceanic areas, now, in the oceanic areas, we do know that even in oceanic areas, it is not as if you have a uniform depth or a uniform bottom out there. So, there also you have the continental shelf, the continental slope, rise, and the deep sea plains. Now, sunlight is able to reach only the region of the continental shelf. Okay, many of the times beyond the continental shelf, beyond that depth, sunlight is unable to reach. So that is why majority of the marine and aquatic plants that you will find them to be present in the region of the continental shelf themselves. That is precisely the reason why continental shelf, despite representing only around 7 to 10% of the land area of the overall oceanic area, they are responsible for housing more than 90% of the oceanic wildlife and the oceanic biodiversity. So that gives you an idea about the importance of the aquatic plants. So here you can consider this as an example. So continental shelf represent about 7 to 10% of oceanic area, but house more than 90% of biodiversity. Okay, so that is how important sunlight is. Earlier, it was thought that at the greater depth where the sunlight is unable to reach, at that particular depth, no life would be in existence. But it is only with the later findings and subsequent explorations that we came to know that yes, you also have the ocean bottoms, which are in fact teeming with life, which have an abundance of life in the case of the ocean bottoms as well. Okay. Then basically we have, and we will take a slight look at that as well at a later point of time. Now, when we talk about the other factors associated for the productivity in the oceans, that is basically the amount of dissolved oxygen. Now, dissolved oxygen in the water is very important for respiration exercise by the aquatic species and the biodiversity in general. So, this is important for carrying out respiration. Important for respiration. Now, whenever the amount of dissolved oxygen that starts to suddenly dip, that is the amount of dissolved oxygen that you find in the case of the oceanic water, whenever it takes a sudden dip. Now, in that situation, what happens? The species, they find it incredibly difficult to survive. And that is when you have creation of large areas in the water bodies where the oxygen level is so low that you won't find any life in that region. You'll find that life basically moves out of that region and into the area where the dissolved oxygen quantity is sufficient. So that ends up creating what we refer to as dead zones in the ocean. That is what we mean by dead zones in the oceans. So dead zones basically represent what? Those areas of the oceans, regions of the oceans, where the amount of dissolved oxygen is so low that it cannot support life. So nowadays, as we will study later, when we are talking about climate change and pollution, we will be studying about the dead zones across the entirety of the world. And we also have these waters being known as the hypoxic waters, which are basically devoid of the presence of oxygen, which don't have sufficient presence of oxygen. That is what we refer to as the hypoxic waters. Now, whenever the hypoxic waters are in existence nowadays, hypoxic waters across the world are created due to coastal pollution, marine pollution, and so on. But historically, it is not as if earlier the amount of dead zones were not present in the ocean. In fact, when you take a look back at around 94 million years back, that is when you had a substantial amount of volcanic eruptions happening all across the world. You had the presence of mantle flood basalt, which erupted as a result of volcanic eruption and spread out. And close to around, you had a condition around 94 million years ago, where close to around 3 to 5 million, again, 3 to 5 million kilometer cube of molten materials they emerged out from the earth's surface. Many of them created the islands that you see around the region of Caribbean nowadays. But that creation or that eruption of volcanoes in such large proportion around 94 million years ago, that suddenly deprived the entirety of the oceanic water from oxygen levels. This has happened previously as well. So every few million years, every few 100 million years, natural activity of the planet Earth is sufficient to kick in the creation of these dead zones. So then the life simply adapts to it. And it is in fact said that around 94 million years ago, when suddenly the oceanic water started turning hypoxic, it is at that point of time when the larger species, very large species underwater, they started becoming extinct because they required significant amount of oxygen, dissolved oxygen. So that is how important dissolved oxygen is. Then you have the condition of temperature. Now, there needs to be a kind of a temperature stability, particularly in the marine areas, to enhance the survivability of the species living in these areas. Why? Because the level of thermal tolerance, when we talk about the amount of temperature difference that the species can tolerate, so that level of thermal tolerance is particularly less in the aquatic or the marine species, because they have grown up, they have evolved in an area where the temperature has remained largely consistent. So temperature, we need a consistency of temperature. Why? Because the thermal tolerance of species is very low. Which species are we talking about? Marine species. Okay. Take the case of corals for that matter. Take the case of humpback whales. So different types of species that you see, they have a particular kind of temperature window in which they can operate and survive. Now, other than this, you also have another minor factor, and that is the factor of salinity. Now, it is the amount of salinity which ends up determining whether we have a fresh water like a river, or you have the aquatic water, or the rather the marine water like of sea and oceans. So the salt content present in the water is also very important for determining the kind of life that you will find. For example, salinity levels in the rivers, they are particularly low, and salinity levels in the ocean and seas are high. That is why species of the oceans you will never find to be present in the rivers. That is why corals, etc., you will never find to be growing in the rivers. And similarly, the species of the rivers, you won't find them to be in existence in the oceans. Okay, so the salinity level determines, that is the amount of salt content determines the type of species living in a region. Okay, so these are the controlling factors, or the contributing determining factors which determine the productivity in the aquatic habitats, in the aquatic system, the type of life that you will find in the aquatic system, their distribution, thereby their limitations also are indicated by these particular factors themselves. Now, within the aquatic ecosystem, you will find the presence of the fresh water as well, and saline or the salt water as well, that you find in seas and oceans. So when we talk about these freshwater ecosystem here, for example, you when we talk about freshwater here, also you have the classification as a standing water as well as the moving water. So whenever you have a flowing freshwater system, they are referred to as lotic systems. Okay, so moving freshwater systems, they are the lotic ones. Now here, the presence of sunlight is always going to be there, because the depth is never going to be significant, because when we talk about lotic systems, we are generally talking about the rivers and the streams. Rivers and streams. Okay, so availability of sunlight is always going to be there because the depth is not significant. So you will have the aquatic plants also growing in this. So the animals also will come there, right? So photosynthesis is possible. Photosynthesis is possible. Now, along with that, here another thing that you will find is basically significant presence of the dissolved oxygen. Because when we talk about a river, let's suppose a river is flowing. Now, as the river, let's suppose, tends to flow, now through the air water interchange or exchange, oxygen from the air is dissolved into the water. Okay. As the water becomes turbulent in certain areas, more amount of oxygen will be dissolved, as long as the water is not very hot. So cooler waters, they will tend to dissolve some significant amount of oxygen. So here dissolved oxygen quantity is also high. Dissolved oxygen level is high. From the air water interface, you get that amount of dissolved oxygen present in the water body. Now, many of these rivers, you will find the presence of fishes, certain fishes which will always swim upstream. And also, you will have certain very unique species. Unique species, for example, the kind of species that you see, they are specialized in catching the small fish in swift water, because the fish moving in, let's suppose, a still water, that is still a target that you can try to achieve. But a fish which is moving and the water also is very fast, so in that case you need particular mechanisms to have that. So that is why you will find certain alligator species such as gharials to be present. Now gharials, I am sure you would have observed or seen in your life at some point of time or the other, be it in the videos, the images, or zoos or real life. Now, gharials at one point of time would be prevalent across the region of the Chambal. Now, Chambal is the area where you find gharials in predominance now, but it would be predominant across the river Chambal, across even Mahanadi river system, across even the Brahmaputra river system. So Assam and Odisha, they have experienced a decline and an eradication of the gharial population. Whereas now the government has been trying, both the state governments of Odisha and Assam, they have been trying to bring in certain norms, bring in certain incentives to further boost the gharial population. But as of now, predominantly to be found across the Chambal Basin. Now, gharials, they are a species of alligators who basically consume small fish. That is why they will have very long snout. Now, these gharials, if you will observe, they always, the alligator species in general, the unique part about the alligator species is they have the ability to move both the jaws, particularly the lower jaw. Now, when we talk about majority of the species out there, you will find that the lower jaw, or rather the lower jaw is something which is always something that the species are able to move, but the upper jaw is something which the species will never be able to move. Majority of the species, they don't have the ability to move the upper jaw. I think and I hope and I wish that you have realized this in your life till now, that when you speak, when you eat, it is only your lower jaw which is moving. The upper jaw is particularly fixed. Okay. So that is the case in the situation of gharials. That is why I made that statement, because I have few of the people commenting we can also move the upper jaw. So we cannot move the upper jaw, guys. So same is the case with majority of the species that you will see. They will only have the lower jaw that they are able to move. Upper jaws, alligators have, amongst the species, alligators are one of those species who have the ability to move the upper jaw. Right? That is why they will oftentimes consume food with a greater amount of force. Right? So when you are able to move the upper jaw and the lower jaw as well, the biting force, the biting pressure will be very, very high. That is why they are able to extract a pound of flesh every time that they have a particular bite. Now, other than that, in the river systems, oftentimes the visibility is very less because of the various different amount of mud and various different types of sediment that is carried. So visibility is particularly less. So when you have the larger species such as dolphins, riverine dolphins, for example, right? Riverine dolphins. Now you have various different types of riverine dolphins. These also will consume fish, right? So different types of riverine dolphins. You have the Gangetic dolphin. Then you also have the Indus dolphin. Yes, it is the Gangetic dolphin which is also referred by the name sauce. Okay. Then you have the dolphin that you find in Amazon, which is particularly pinkish in appearance and pink in coloration. Then you have the presence of Irrawaddy dolphin as well. Yangtze dolphin is also there, yes. Irrawaddy dolphin. Now, Irrawaddy obviously typically originally to be found in the region around the river Irrawaddy, but nowadays you find them to be present even across the region such as the Chilika Lake. There also you find them. You'll find them even to be present across the region around Sundarbans. So these are the amongst all the freshwater dolphins, right? Irrawaddy dolphin is the only one which can survive both in freshwater as well as salt water. Can adapt, can adapt both in fresh water. Yes, Aman, that is correct. Even Indus dolphin, for that matter, is to be found in very less proportion, in very less number. Right. So Indus dolphin also has been hunted, as is the case with the Gangetic dolphin as well, and saline water. Now, Gangetic dolphin, for if we consider that example as well itself, because that is the kind of dolphin which is found in major proportion in our country across the river Ganga. Now, there, because of the sources of pollution increasing in the river, because of the kind of waste that is generated, the food supply has started becoming, and significantly for some time has become scarce for these dolphins, due to which their population number has decreased. Now many of these dolphins, they have also been impacted by the process of bioaccumulation and biomagnification. How? Because think about it, when you think about river Ganga, all across its banks, you will have the increased predominance of the agricultural fields and the agricultural farmlands. Now, these agricultural fields and farmlands, they will always end up having a runoff and significant amount of runoff generated from the various fertilizers, chemicals, etc., which are sprayed. And that runoff accumulates in the river water. And it is that contamination which travels and transitions into the dolphin stage as well. And that is where many of them have lost their lives. So the number has been decreasing quite drastically. It is because of this reason that Project Dolphin has been launched by India. And Project Dolphin, when we talk about the Indian Project Dolphin, so here it talks about the conservation of both the riverine dolphins in India, that is the freshwater, as well as the dolphins that you see across the Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal in the saline water condition. It talks about the conservation of both. Now, there also you have the establishment of India's first dolphin protected area, which has been witnessed in the region of eastern part of Bihar. And that is in the Bhagalpur region of Bihar, where you have the Vikramshila Dolphin Sanctuary around the region of Bhagalpur in Bihar. So the Dolphin Sanctuary is also situated. So for the conservation of this, you have Dolphin Sanctuary. That is the Vikramshila Dolphin Sanctuary, which is established in Bhagalpur, a large district in southeastern part of Bihar, across the river Ganges themselves. Now, these dolphins, for example, because of the muddy water, they are not able to see particularly well, so they don't rely on their eyesight as well. Their eyesight is particularly poor, so they end up moving through what is referred to as echolocation. Echolocation is just like how a radar or a sonar instrument would operate, where these dolphins, they emit sounds of various different frequencies, and those sounds, they hit the various barriers across the river, and they are reflected back. And depending, and those reflected sound waves, they are analyzed in the brain, and accordingly they find a path to navigate as well. Accordingly they will find the fish and the prey as well. So that is where they are able to find or navigate, find food or navigate with the help of echolocation. So mostly travel through echolocation. Okay. See, guys, it is the bits and pieces from these particular discussions that you will find the questions coming in the exam as well. Okay. In exam, it is not necessarily going to ask you about the absolute kind of objective questions that we create in our own minds after we have studied something. Let's suppose we have studied about a biome and an ecosystem. So immediately the kind of question which comes to mind is that difference between biome and ecosystem. Such kind of basic questions are not asked. So you will find that these kinds of the questions that we are holding for discussion, that is basically when we talk about where is it that you have the first dolphin sanctuary in India, where is it that you find the gharial population in India. These are the questions which have been asked in the examination in the prelims. Okay, so you have to be mindful of that. So that is basically the freshwater ecosystem which is flowing. Now you have a static water ecosystem as well. That is what is referred to as the lentic system. So the lotic system is when you have the water which is moving, and sometimes you have the water which is stagnant. So that is represented by what is referred to as the lentic systems. Okay. Now, when we talk about lentic systems in general, you have to understand and realize the fact that many of the areas, when we talk about lakes, ponds, etc., they have not always been present from perpetuity. Now, how are the lakes and the ponds created? In many of the region, as you observe across the eastern part of Africa, you have a lot of lakes which are present because there is a rupture on the earth surface itself. You have the creation of a rift valley. So many of the times across folds and across faults and folds, you will find the presence of these particular lakes. Many of the times you also have the river water which keeps on accumulating in certain areas. There also you have the presence of lakes such as the oxbow lakes. Oxbow lakes, they are created across the side of the rivers in the mature stage. So for example, if you consider the Kanwar lake which is situated in Bihar again, now that Kanwar lake is formed as an oxbow for the Gandak river, and that becomes a, it is a large lake which becomes a very important site for the birds, the migratory species of birds coming especially during the winter season. Now, so this is how the lakes get created. Sometimes you also have the glacial erosion, etc., which is carried out, and erosional processes in general, which is carried out, that also ends up creating lakes in general. So that is how you have the creation and existence of various different lakes. Now, over a period of time, when you have a lake which gets created, and from that time till the later stage when the lakes get older and older with age, there is significant amount of sedimentation which does happen in the lake, right? So as the age goes ahead, or as the time passes by, you will observe a significant amount of sedimentation happening in these lakes. And that is when eventually, over a period of hundreds and thousands and millions of years, many of these lakes, they go extinct because of deposition. Eventually they get converted into a kind of a terrestrial system. So that is where many of these lakes, they also end up going extinct. Okay. So The stationary freshwater systems are referred to as the lentic systems. Now, the moving ones, the lotic, the standing one or the static one as the lentic. Now, the depression might have formed as a result of glacial activity, fault zone, meteor impact, or even human excavation. Now, meteor impact also creates lakes. For example, you have the Lonar Lake. Lonar Lake situated in Maharashtra. Now, that is considered to be a geoheritage site. And that is because it is one of the only existent evidences which indicate the impact which was created by a meteor on the basaltic rocks. You have the meteor impact and the history of meteor impact created across the world. But nowhere across the world will you find in such large proportion the impact on the basaltic rock to be indicated as sufficiently as you observe in the Lonar Lake. Right? Now, greater sedimentation as it happens, the aquatic system transitions into wet meadows. Some of the grasses will start growing marshy areas, and eventually it might get converted into the terrestrial ecosystem. For example, when you consider the region of the British Isles or the UK, now for a substantial portion of the geological history, that was the region which was covered in a significant amount of shallow water. So that is where you had a lot of these water and lot of these lakes in existence in Britain. And initially, around 1000, 2000 years back, the early settlers, when they came to Britain, they could not grow anything there. Agricultural production could not be carried out because every region was so marshy and so muddy, right? And that was because the lakes got filled out over a period of hundreds and thousands of years. This is the reason why, even today, if you consider the number of wetlands in Britain, in UK, the number of wetlands, they are much larger as compared to India. In India, we have around 75 wetlands out there. But in UK, you have more than 135 wetlands designated of international importance as per the Ramsar Convention. You have around 135 and plus. So that also indicates to you the transition from one kind of ecosystem to the other ecosystem. Now, it is not always the case that the lakes will be very productive. For example, if you consider, let's suppose, the freshwater lakes. Now, in freshwater lakes, you have one of the lakes which we refer to as one of the largest freshwater or the deepest freshwater lakes which are present across the country, across the entire world, and that is Lake Baikal. Where is Lake Baikal situated? Let me see. Do we have any clue where Lake Baikal is situated? Okay, good. All of you have given the correct answer. Those of you who are not aware of it, kindly locate it on the atlas. Okay, kindly locate it, find it in the atlas. Where is it situated? It is situated in Russia, but you should be aware where in Russia is it situated. So open up the atlas and look at it. Okay, so Lake Baikal is one of the deepest freshwater lakes out there. Now, our general perception is that if there is fresh water, it would be teeming with life. Because if we can survive on fresh water, why can't the other species survive on fresh water? But this Lake Baikal is so deep that at a greater depth, you don't have the availability of sunshine. The availability of sunlight is restricted to only few hundred meters from the surface or few hundred feet from the surface. So that is the only region. So think about it. In this Lake Baikal, what will be the amount of nutrients? Nutrients which are present in the water. The nutrients, they are also an indicator of the salinity factor. So the amount of nutrient here will be particularly less, isn't it? So nutrient load is less. Is less. Okay. Now, increased or higher amount of nutrient load is good for the growth of algal species. We have discussed yesterday also that algae, for example phytoplanktons, they like those particular areas where the nutrient load is significant. That is where they grow, and the algae, they form the base of the aquatic ecosystem, the aquatic food chain. So the phytoplankton population is very important in determining the sustainability of the food chain in aquatic systems in general. So here, because the nutrient load is less, the phytoplankton population is restricted only near the top surface, only few hundred feet from the top surface. So that is why even the species of animals that you will find, the species of fishes, etc., that you will find, they are restricted only in the top layers of Lake Baikal. The bottom layers, they are mostly lifeless because of lack of availability of proper food supply. In the case of the oceans, it is a different matter. In the case of the oceans, at a greater depth also, you will have so much amount of organic matter floating around, what is referred to as the marine snow. That is, you have small white organic matter which keeps on floating around in the ocean, remnants of the plants, animals, etc. That various species, they find their food supply. But in the case of an inland lake like Lake Baikal, you don't find that availability of organic matter. So that is why at a greater depth where the sunlight is not available, Lake Baikal doesn't have much of a life form included there. Okay. Now, um, do Chilika Lake is also a fresh water? No, it is a saline water lake. Now we come to the pollution which is observed sometimes and what pollution leads to in these aquatic systems, and that is eutrophication. So this is an image or a sight that I'm sure almost all of us would have witnessed in our surrounding. Almost all of us, whenever you would have stepped out of your house, in your city itself, in your district itself, you would have observed few of the lakes like this. If you have not observed, means you have not explored your area. Earlier these would be restricted to highly populous areas themselves, but then now you will find them to be predominant across from the north to south to east to west of the country. Now, what is this, the green cover that you see on the water body? Now, oftentimes you will observe that whichever water body you have the presence of this kind of a green cover, there's also a kind of some foul stench emitted from these areas. Right. In these areas, also, you will be frequented with news stories that suddenly you have tens and hundreds of fishes which have died and which have started floating on the water. So, that is carried out by the process of eutrophication. What is eutrophication in general? So, when we say eutrophication, it is basically meaning the overloading of the water body with nutrients. That is the meaning of eutrophication. So, overload or excessive supply or overload of nutrients. Now, nutrients here does not mean they are very beneficial for the entire community. I will tell you how this overload of nutrients can also lead to disastrous circumstances such as the green cover that you see. But which nutrients are we generally talking about? We are talking about nutrients such as nitrates, phosphates, etc. So example, nitrates and phosphates. These are the examples where you do observe the kind of overload of nutrients in general. Now, here, basically, what happens after this? So, where do you get this overload of nutrients, by the way? So, these are accumulated, accumulated from agricultural fields or agricultural runoff. Very good. Sewage, untreated sewage, industrial discharge. Okay. So these nutrients, they come from these sources in primer. There is also pollution, which increases the amount of, or the solid and the liquid waste dumping which happens. That also sometimes increases the amount of nutrient load that happens. So generally observed in the water body where the flow is less. For example, in certain tracts of certain rivers also, you will find that the flow is almost absent. So there also you will find in very rare cases, but generally to be observed across the lakes and the ponds where there is no flow. Because when there is a flow associated, the rivers will also carry out these nutrients along with them. So in one particular area, you don't have that much amount of an impact. But when the flow is stagnant, when the water is stagnant in a region, that is where it keeps on accumulating, it keeps on building up. So here, when we talk about this eutrophication overall, this also leads to what is referred to as a harmful algal bloom. That is the sudden explosion in the population of algae, phytoplankton in particular, sudden over explosion of that. And excess of anything is bad. So while phytoplanktons are necessary for the aquatic food chain, excess of them, that becomes disastrous, and that becomes particularly bad. So how does that happen? So let's suppose you have the eutrophication or agricultural, let's consider this agricultural runoff or sewage accumulation of nutrients. These accumulation of nutrients will lead to sudden increase in algal population. Okay. Now, this algal population, when it suddenly increases, what happens? Observe this image here. So here you have the algae which is settling down on the pond or the lake. So imagine a kind of a lake here, let's suppose, and on top of it, here you have the water. On top of it, you have the entire green film which has developed. So what will be the availability of sunlight at the bottom in this case? Will the sunlight be available at the same quantity, or will there be a restriction in the availability of sunlight at the bottom? What do you think? Good. Sunlight will be very, very less. So that means there is a restriction in the availability of sunlight. Now, whenever you have a restriction in the availability of sunlight, what it will lead to in terms of the aquatic plants? The aquatic plants will find it incredibly difficult to survive, because how will they be able to carry out photosynthesis in the process? So that basically limits the existence of aquatic plants. Now, these aquatic plants, normally they would carry out photosynthesis and produce oxygen in the process, and that oxygen would act as the dissolved oxygen amount or quantity that you see in the lakes and the oceans. But when the population of these aquatic plants themselves are put to danger, then what will you find is that here you will have the condition where amount of dissolved oxygen reduces. Now, then, while this is the case, You also have the algal population which will also die. The sudden increase in algal population which was observed, that algae will also be dying. And when they start to die, they will be deposited at the bottom of the lake or the pond or the ecosystem that we are talking about. Now, once they get deposited at the bottom, they will be decomposed. These are the dead organic matter now. They will be decomposed by the aerobic bacterium and the aerobic microorganisms. They will consume the oxygen present in the water body, further deplete the water of any amount of dissolved oxygen. So, to add on to that, you also have the condition dead algae get deposited at the bottom, then decomposition is carried out, right? Which kind of deposition here? That is the dead algae, they will get deposited, and after that, decomposition is carried out by aerobic bacterium. Further depletes the water body of the dissolved oxygen. Okay. Now, the existence of both these factors creates dead zones. Okay. And cannot support life anymore. Now, it is during this decomposition which is carried out that oftentimes you will observe a kind of a foul stench emitted. Whenever decomposition is carried out, you have gases such as methane, hydrogen sulfide, etc., carbon dioxide, etc., which are released. And many of these gases, such as methane, hydrogen sulfide, etc., they have a foul smell associated. So, also relates to, also releases gases and foul smell. So basically, here, overall, if you have to consider the gist of the entire discussion, you will find that it is eutrophication, that is overloading with nutrients, that has led to the various different changes. But the major change which kick-started the entire process of creation of dead zone was basically the sudden increase that you observe in the algal population. This sudden increase in algal population that you observe has created all these issues. So this is what is also referred to as harmful algal bloom. Okay, this is what we refer to as the case of harmful algal bloom. Okay, so depending upon which kind of algae grows in that area, which kind of algae is found to be abundant in that area, accordingly the water exhibits that kind of a coloration pattern. Mostly you will have blue green algae which start growing in significant proportion, and that is why you will find the presence of the greenish color, right? The greenish hues which appear in the lakes. But it is not always the case. Sometimes, for example, in the region around Florida. I hope we are aware where Florida is. It is the southeasternmost state in the United States of America. It is present in North America. So it is there in Florida where you have the growth of red algae. Now, that also happens because of agricultural runoff, because of various different runoff associated. Now, that red algae creates a condition where the water turns reddish, while the water also starts emitting heat because the decomposition process in itself produces heat. Now, water will produce heat, water will release a lot of gases, methane, and so on, but water color turns reddish. And that is what is also referred to as red tide in general. But we will come to the red tide. So this is basically the red tide. But here, this particular flow chart, guys, that you are observing, this flow chart is very important for you to be able to replicate this in the examination. That will provide you with a certain kind of advantage. When you talk about the process of eutrophication, almost every one of your competition will start writing it in paragraph. It is overloading of nutrients, gives this, gives that. Now that becomes very in a way very tedious for the uh, evaluator and as well, and the examiner as well. So always try to represent it in this kind of a flow chart. It becomes much more interactive as well. You will be able to save time as well. You will be able to save word limit as well, and you will be able to represent what you want to say as well. Okay. Now, then, when we talk about these harmful algal blooms and the red tides, so here basically observe the coloration to be reddish in appearance. That is because of the growth of red algae. Okay, so here you have the growth of red algae. Red brown algae also sometimes grows. So harmful algal blooms are the rapid growth of algae or cyanobacteria that can cause harm to people, animals, or the local ecology and the food chain by creation of a dead zone. Okay, I hope that is understood. If decomposition is happening, then why it is increasing? What is increasing? No, the Lonar Lake, which showed the pinkish color, is not because of the algae. It is because of the growth of certain kind of bacterium out there. Okay, and Sheikh, thank you, Sheikh. I hope that the notes becomes helpful to you. And could you recapitulate the process? Okay, repeat the process. You mean? Okay, very briefly, I will get you through the entire process once again. Please pay attention here. So please understand, whenever you have the overloading of nutrients into the water body, such as the lakes or the ponds, it will lead to the nutrient availability in the presence of sunlight will always lead to the growth of algal species. Now, when the algal species that starts to grow, here the sudden increase in the algal species when it happens, that is the harmful algal bloom. It will create the restriction for the availability of sunlight, particularly at the lower regions of the lakes and the ponds. Now, lakes and ponds, they have various different aquatic plants in existence. But if the sunlight is not available to them, sunlight is not easily available to them, then these particular plants, they will start to die. Now, once these plants, they are not functioning properly anymore, so the availability of dissolved oxygen into the water, that reduces, because these plants, they continue to supply oxygen into the water by the process of photosynthesis. So when you will have the condition where the aquatic plants, they start to die, availability of dissolved oxygen also becomes very scarce. Now, to further add on to the problem, all the green algae or all the various different algal species, they will also die. They will also get deposited at the bottom. Now, once they get deposited, obviously the newer species, the newer young ones, they will take their place on top of the water surface. But once the dead algae, they get deposited at the bottom, at that point of time, you will have the decomposition of that dead algae carried out by some aerobic microorganisms or aerobic bacteria, which will also consume more amount of dissolved oxygen. Please understand that for decomposition to be carried out, complete decomposition to be carried out, oxygen availability is required. It is a must. So oftentimes we end up measuring the amount of pollution into the water by understanding that what is the total amount of oxygen which is required for decomposing all the various contaminants. But nonetheless, this creates a kind of a dead zone where suddenly you will find a lot of various different fishes suddenly floating on top of the water surface and so on. So that is something you will find in constant proportion. Now, when masses of algae die and decompose. So, yes, if decomposition of algal blooms are, then how they are increasing. The decomposition is happening at the bottom. The population has increased at the surface. Surface is where the availability of sunlight is there, and consistent nutrients are being supplied by the agricultural runoff as well as the sewage. So you have the availability of nutrients, you have the availability of sunlight. In warmer conditions, the algae will always grow. So that is why on the surface, newer algae will keep on coming, while the older ones will keep on dying and get deposited at the bottom. I hope that is understood. Okay. Why eutrophication is common phenomena even in non-industrial region? Because of the agricultural discharge and the untreated human sewage. The human sewage or the human fecal matter, that is very rich in phosphate, that has got some amount of nitrate as well. But agricultural fields, if you they are nearby, they will always have a lot of nitrates. So that is why eutrophication happens. Okay. um, Deepika, isn't it paradoxical that when we have Project Dolphin for their conservation, and at the same time we talk about developing the inland waterways, which can hinder the echolocation of dolphin? That is true. That is true. That is why the inland navigation is one of the major threats that the riverine dolphins will face. And that is where their navigation in itself will be hampered. So you need to be conserving them, you need to be protecting them. See, please understand, many of the times you would have seen that in international waters, that is in seas and oceans, you would have come across these very beautiful images of a ship which is moving, and along with that, if ever you have traveled through a ship, you will observe that you have regions where the dolphins, the whales, etc., they come very close by and they navigate along with the ship. They consistently move along with the ship. So it is not always going to be so disastrous that it is going to lead to the elimination of all the dolphin species out there. But yes, definitely it is going to be a challenge. So for that, what do you need to do? Please understand, when it comes to river Ganga, just cleaning the river of all its impurities, impure, and I'm not having any larger deep connotation here. So here I'm talking about just the pollutants or the contaminants. So just cleaning the river, ensuring a natural flow of the river, that in itself is more than sufficient many of the times, right? And when you have a special protected area such as the dolphin sanctuaries, that will also ensure the upkeep of the numbers as well. That will ensure the rehabilitation of the dolphins as well. So cleaning the rivers, ensuring the ecological flow or e-flow as it is referred to, that will solve majority of the issue. Okay. And eutrophication is danger for human life and for nature. Yes. What can be the solution to reduce them? Reduce eutrophication, if you are asking, reduce the pollution. Eutrophication will automatically stop in majority of the areas. In some areas, see, eutrophication will still happen in certain areas. It is not as if eutrophication is an absolute anthropological event. Eutrophication sometimes is a natural event as well. For example, if you consider, let's suppose a forested area. Now in that forested area, if you have a water body in between them, that can also sometimes get eutrophied. It might happen that an animal might have died nearby, a small animal. Now the bones and the waste, they get mixed in the water. So there also decomposition will happen. There also phosphate will be supplied. And whenever these nutrients are supplied into the water, eutrophication can happen. So whenever eutrophication happens, the first things which are required to be done is reclaiming that water body, ensuring the natural survivability. And how do you do that? You clean the water body, you treat the water body, dispose of all the nutrients, remove the base sedimentation which has happened of the various contaminants, and then after that, you allow the water to be as it is. It will automatically be teaming up with life once again. Okay. Is there any role of red color in the red algal bloom? No, it is simply the color of the algae. You have various different species of algae, blue, green, brown, red, etc. So that is how you have the reddish color which is given. Yes. Why the amount of dissolved oxygen reduces? Because of two factors. There are two factors why the amount of dissolved oxygen reduces, Rahul. One is you have the reduced amount of plants, aquatic plants functioning anymore, and that reduces the rate of photosynthesis. Photosynthesis produces oxygen. And secondly, when you talk about it, then decomposition of the algae, they will also consume oxygen, and hence the dissolved oxygen quantity reduces. Okay. Now, when masses of algae die and decompose, the decaying process can deplete oxygen in the water, causing the water to become very low in oxygen. So, this creates what is referred to as the hypoxic waters. Creates hypoxic water. That is very poor in oxygen quantity. Now, then we come across the concept of biological oxygen demand and chemical oxygen demand. What are they? So basically, this tells you about the level of pollution, the contamination which is present in the water body. Now, in order to assess, order to assess the pollutant load in water, you have the requirement of BOD and COD. Now, when we talk about BOD or biological oxygen demand, it gives you an idea that what is the total amount of oxygen which will be required in the water to decompose and degrade all the organic matter that you find, all the organic contaminant that you find into the water. What is the total oxygen which will be required to basically decompose or degrade all of them, right? So that is the biological oxygen demand. So that is amount of oxygen required to decompose or degrade all the organic contaminants in the water. That is your BOD. Now, when we talk about chemical oxygen demand, it basically is the total amount of oxygen required, the dissolved oxygen we are talking about. In either of the cases, we are not talking about the atmospheric oxygen. We are talking about the dissolved oxygen which is present in the water. So the total amount of dissolved oxygen which is required for decomposing or degrading all the inorganic plus organic contaminants into the soil, into the water body. So amount of oxygen required or degrade all the organic and inorganic contaminants found in the soil or found in the water body. Okay, so that is your total chemical oxygen demand. Now, overall, if you think about it, which is going to be greater? Biological oxygen demand is going to be greater, or chemical oxygen demand is going to be greater? What do you think? Always good, right? So always chemical oxygen demand is going to be significantly higher. It is going to be significantly greater. Why? Because here we are talking about both organic as well as inorganic contaminants, whereas in biological oxygen demand, we are only talking about the organic contaminants. So always COD is going to be greater than BOD. And both these represent the amount of pollution that is present in the water. Both of them, okay, represent the amount of pollution in water, the pollution load of water. Okay, Nagaraj, here we are talking about the dissolved oxygen. So all the biological oxygen demand, chemical oxygen demand, the dissolved oxygen which is present in water, atmospheric oxygen, the one which is present in air. Dissolved oxygen is what is dissolved in water, which is present in water. That is the oxygen that we are talking about here. Now, then we come to one of the very important topics and favorite topics of UPSC as well, and that is wetlands. So, what do we understand by wetlands? What are they? What are their role? And that is something we will understand. And then we will move on to understanding the Ramsar Convention as well. What is it that you need to study in that? What is relevant for your examination? That is something we shall be making ourselves familiar with. Wetlands. The name in itself is self-explanatory for some time. Wetland, a land which is wet. So you have a kind of a presence of terrestrial ecosystem with the availability of water on top in such a way that in many of these areas you will also find the presence of plants. Okay, you'll also find the presence of plants. Now, these wetlands, they are of very significant and incredible amount of usage. But before that, take a look at the definition perspective. So, means those areas that are inundated, flooded, or saturated by surface or groundwater at a frequency and duration sufficient to support, and that under normal circumstances they do support a prevalence of vegetation typically adapted to life in saturated soil condition. Saturated soil here, which is abundant with water. So in those conditions, you have the presence of water. So even sometimes larger inland lakes, they are also considered to be wetlands because there also you will have the growth of plants, etc. Now, they include the swamps, marshes, bogs, and such similar areas. Now, they are the ones which are very rich in terms of biodiversity as well. Because the sheer presence of plants means the amount of organic matter which is generated is going to be quite significant. And that organic matter will be able to support many varieties of fishes as well, the small fishes, the small aquatic species. Now, those will be consumed by the birds. So that is why the migratory birds, they will frequent the wetlands at a very short time interval themselves. So that is where it is a very important site for the bird conservation as well, because many birds will visit this particular area. Now, here, when we talk about it, the utility of wetlands. What is their role? Okay. So when we talk about utility here, it basically means that what is the usability overall? So wetlands, they act as natural sponges. Now, what is the role played by a sponge? I'm sure sometime in your life or the other, you would have played with a sponge or you have worked with a sponge. So, the sponges that you see, you pour in water, it absorbs. You pour in more water, it will again absorb. So, natural sponges means what? It has an increased capacity to absorb water, isn't it? So, absorbs water, act as natural sponges. That means absorbs excess water. Okay. Now, this is the reason why in a majority of our cities, you would observe that obviously there has always been a kind of, and for this, you don't need me to tell you, various movies have also told you, and your interaction with your seniors, any person who is in services, they also will tell you the same thing. There's a significant amount of nexus which exists between the politicians, the builder class, and then eventually, because the politicians are also involved, the bureaucrats also come into the picture. All of them, they make a very good amount of income. Now, in majority of our cities, because the real estate prices have gone up rapidly, and it is not only a story of Indian cities, it is a story of the majority of the urban areas in the world where such kind of nexus always is in existence, something that you will always find. Now, in these areas, what happens is that basically construction is carried out on these wetlands. You divert the water, you construct something. Now, these are the regions which are natural sponges. But if you construct something, will it be able to absorb the excess water anymore? Obviously not. So, when that excess water is not absorbed, where does that excess water come from? It comes with seasonal rainfall. In India, almost 75 to 80% of the annual rainfall is received in the monsoonal months themselves. That is why various different areas they keep on experiencing very heavy and intense amount of rainfall. But whenever that excessive and intense amount of rainfall does happen, now in that situation, what do you observe? That if the wetlands are not there, all that water overflows. This is one of the major reasons why almost all the major urban cities that you see in our country, they get flooded significantly during the rainy season. You take the case of Bangalore. Bangalore is one of the worst impacted of all of them. Then you have Hyderabad, you have Mumbai, you have Delhi, you have Chennai. Now, in all of these areas, the wetlands have been reclaimed. Construction activity has gone on. Now, flooding is very prominent. That is why Delhi has now initiated a program to basically reinvigorate close to around 600 lakes and ponds to improve the natural absorption capacity of the land so that when excessive rainfall happens, Delhi doesn't get flooded. Mumbai has done that quite significantly for some regions. So that is why, in case of Mumbai, in the recent years, you would not have experienced that excessive case of flooding as you would have experienced maybe 15 years back. Or if you remember the types of floods, I'm sure many of you would be very, very young to even recall that. So there would be a incessant amount of flooding every rainy season during the early 2000s, right? Mumbai would be defamed for that. So that is where we need to basically reinvigorate these ponds and the lakes and the wetland ecosystem. Why I have stressed so much on this particular point is because this is a question that UPSC has repeated multiple times, not in GS paper 3 under environment, but under GS paper 1, where ideally you are supposed to know about the issues of urban settlement, etc. That is where UPSC has very frequently, if you analyze the PYQs from the lecture series that is available to you, understand the PYQs, there you will find majority of the repetition is happening in this area itself of Indian geography. That why is it that cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad and Mumbai, they keep on getting flooded year after year? What can be done to prevent those flooding? What is the source of the urban flooding? So these are the types of questions which get repeated. And in that case, you don't have to restrict yourself that, okay, what I have studied in geography, I'll tell only that. Your ability to interrelate with the concepts that you study here, That is the only thing which will provide some difference, guys. And that is something you have to capitalize upon. Okay. So here, now, basically, it absorbs excess water, then also it carries out, increases or recharges the groundwater level. Okay. After this, you will also find the other utilities. It supports a wide variety of biodiversity as well. Supports wide variety of biodiversity. Especially birds. Large variety of bird population, including the migratory species. Now, in these wetlands, you will observe that the flow is restricted. The flow of water is not very swift many of the times. So that is where the plants, etc., which are present, the accumulator kind of plants, etc., that you will find there, they will end up trapping the heavy contaminants. So in a way, they will also purify the water, right? The If let's suppose there is a water which is coming in which is contaminated, now all the heavy contaminants will be trapped by the vegetation cover in majority. So that is where it also serves as a methodology for the purification of water. So traps the heavy contaminants, heavy contaminants, okay, and leads to purification of water. Other than that, in the coastal areas, very good, Janvi, coastal regions, wetlands act as a buffer to break the impact of tides and storm surges. Then they also act as a carbon sink in many of the cases. They consume carbon dioxide, they absorb carbon dioxide, they trap it. The plants are also there so to carry out photosynthesis. So they also act as carbon sink, act as carbon sinks. Okay. And then other than that, provide a reliable source for drinking water. Now, you know what? That when you have the organic compounds being produced into the water because of the plants, now amongst the organic compounds, you will also have the gases being produced. Now, amongst the gases, one of the major gases being produced and to be found in these wetlands, trapped in the water body, is methane. Methane is produced during the organic process. So think about it. Even when you talk about, let's suppose, the paddy cultivation or rice cultivation, in our country, rice cultivation is majorly carried out as a methodology, and there we carry out flood irrigation, where we flood the farmland with water. You have significant amount of stagnant water, and then we sow the saplings in the field. Now there also you have stagnant water for some time, so that also acts as a temporary wetland. But when that water is present and there is the presence of the organic component, there will be production of methane in the process. When that water is evaporated, when that water from the wetlands they evaporate or they are lost, then all that methane is which has been trapped is also released along with that. So the loss of wetland or the evaporation of water from the wetlands means what? There will be release of gases such as methane into the atmosphere, and that will cause substantial amount of global warming, because the global warming potential per molecule of methane is much higher as compared to per molecule of carbon dioxide. The only difference between them is that carbon dioxide is able to sustain itself into the atmosphere for very long time, whereas methane basically disintegrates and undergoes a reaction. Otherwise, the loss of this wetland creates a major atmospheric and environmental concern. Okay. Now, wetland utility, first point is they act as natural sponges. So wherever you have excessive water and whenever you have excessive rainfall, so the wetlands will absorb that, they will take in that, they will accommodate that. That is what is the purpose of a sponge. Wetlands, how can they provide economic benefits? That is what we have talked about, haven't we? All these, they are economic benefits in a way or the other. Think about it again, look at these points again, Ashish, and try to understand that all these, be it the drinking water supply, be it the recharge of the groundwater level, be it the availability of fish, significant fish population, bird population. Now fish population, when we talk about biodiversity, fish population will also improve the income level of the fishermen. It will protect the coastal community. So all these are economic benefits, isn't it? Methane is flammable gas. Could it lead to forest fire or a forest blast? So depends. If you have the flammable circumstances in forms of thunder and lightning, when you have a lot of methane present in an area, yes, it can. Okay. Coastline point. So coastline basically is when you have wetlands across the coastal areas. Now these wetlands, they act as a kind of a buffer zone. So whenever you have, let's suppose, massive tidal rising which goes on, or storm surges which happens, now these wetlands, they will act as a barrier or buffer where they will crash and the coastal community won't be impacted that much. Okay. And fifth point, what is the fifth point? They act as a buffer. Is that understood now? The how they act as a buffer, Pula and Yamini. So understand this. If you have the coastal area, here you have the wetland, and here you have, let's suppose, the sea. If you have a storm surge, right? Now that will, here also you have water. So that will be diluted here. Significant amount will be diluted. Its force will be diluted somewhat. So that is why the coastal community in this region will be less impacted if it is on the other side of the wetland. Okay. Ashutosh, what is not understood? Please let me know. How wetland causes global warming, Aniket? Wetland, not naturally, they will not cause global warming, but when you have the loss of water from the wetland, it will also discharge a lot of methane in the process. And that methane has got a greenhouse gas potential. It has got a global warming potential. It will continue to provide global warming. how it recharges the groundwater level. Okay, so see this, what is happening is someone is asking repeat point one, someone is asking repeat point two, someone is asking repeat point three. So all the points I won't be repeating again and again. Please understand. Overall, if you have a particular question, please ask that. And I am able to see many of you have joined late and now you're asking for the entire repetition. That is not going to happen. So let's not be that very ambitious. So how it would trap contaminants because of the vegetation, etc., which is present there. So for example, let's suppose here you have a lot of vegetation. So if you have, let's suppose, a contaminated water which flows through here, so the flow will be reduced. So you have the accumulator species of plants as well, which will capture that. What is a wetland? Okay, how many of us have heard this name for the first time today? I thought we would be aware of this. How many of us have heard this name wetland for the first time today morning? So no one. So all of us have heard about this name before. So then please understand, it is not at all complicated. It is wet land where you have the presence of water. So right, where terrestrial kind of an ecosystem where you have presence of water. Okay. So here when we talk about the wetlands, so take the example of wetlands in India. You have, how many wetlands are there under the Ramsar Convention in India? You can take various examples, guys. There are a lot of wetlands. Yes, good. Loktak, Chilika Lake, then, for example, Deepor Beel, right? You have variety of these wetlands. Okay, all of these. Good. Buller Lake also. Yes, all of them. All of these are wetlands. So that is what the wetlands do. They end up purifying the water in a region. They basically don't allow the contaminants to flow through. And wherever you have ponds, lakes, etc., they will always absorb the excess water which comes in during the seasonal rainfall. And they see ponds and lakes, they also have a connectivity to groundwater system. So they will also recharge the groundwater system available. Okay. Yes, Sambar Lake also. Now, after this, we come to the portion of the other aspect of Ramsar Convention. But before that, we take a break, and we take a break of 15 minutes, and we'll be back after 15 minutes of the break. So then we will carry on. Yes, Kyola Dev is also a wetland. A confirmation about the audio, please, guys. If the audio is clear and available, thank you. And Janvi, what you are referring to as the Sargasso Sea, that is a kind of a seaweed. That is a different algal species that you have. So even amongst algal species, you have a wider variety. So that is a seaweed. This is not the seaweed that we are talking about. And Rahul, how do wetlands contribute to carbon sequestration and climate change mitigation? This that is basically because wetlands generally will have a lot of green cover present, and that is one of the ways in which now green cover will always consume carbon dioxide, produce oxygen in the process. Now, other than that, you also have the air water interface through which some of the carbon dioxide is also absorbed. So once you remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, either by the plant systems or by the air water interface, automatically the greenhouse effect will be reduced, and it will be slightly tempered. And then after that, you can have a solution to climate change mitigation as well. Now, the second question that you have asked is that how do wetlands contribute to recreational and educational opportunities for people? So see, recreational and see wetlands, when you think about it, so you have large lakes as well, right? Many of the, for example, you have the large reservoirs of certain dams. Now those are also wetlands. Now there people do frequent these are tourist locations. Any place of the country or any part of the country that you go to, and if you ask the local people there that what is the place to visit, they will always direct you towards the closest dam or a closest water body. So there is always a kind of a recreational facility available. Why educational in that case comes? Because that the existence of that water body creates an opportunity for us to understand the intricate aquatic food systems, the food webs which are in existence, the threats, the opportunities. So that is where the educational role comes in. It also increases the awareness in the case of the normal citizens. The mass awareness is also increased. Especially that is why you will find that a lot of the schools, the smaller educational institutions, also at a younger age, they take the students and the children to field trips around these larger water bodies in order to help them understand the ecological importance of that. I hope that is understood. Can we refer to Mission Kakatiya in terms of conservation of wetland ecosystem? See, Mission Kakatiya also talked about the creation of tanks, increased irrigation in the form of tanks. So that will not always come handy here. But in certain cases, the Mission Kakatiya, that had been launched by the Telangana government, in certain areas, yes, they do provide a kind of a resolution. And Ashish, how wetlands release methane into the atmosphere. So, when you have the loss of water, please understand in any aquatic water which is stagnant and which has vegetation included in them, so there will be production of methane there. Methane will be produced. Methane is a process of biological processes. Whenever they are carried out, methane is produced. For example, even in our body system, lot of methane is produced. When we talk about cows and buffaloes, when they carry out their digestive processes, lot of methane, huge amount of methane is produced, right? So that is why you have a very unique mechanism of treating bloating symptoms and excessive case of bloating symptoms in certain bovine animals. You will see where they simply puncture a hole, and the methane is released in such proportions. So methane is naturally produced in organic processes. When you have the plants in the water body, that methane is getting trapped, right? And it is held by the water. But what if that water evaporates? Where will the methane go? It will be released into the atmosphere. So that is why we need to conserve the wetlands to ensure that particular methane is not released into the atmosphere anymore. Is that understood? Now, Vishal will discuss the PYQs, don't worry. We'll discuss the PYQs where we'll discuss the question which has appeared from wetlands as well. And Ilma, mangroves also have some properties of wetlands, but they are different from wetland. Mangroves are a type of trees or plants. Wetlands are basically the regions where you have water, right? These are the area area-wise regions where you have water which is accumulated. And mangroves are basically varieties of trees. So, will you ever get confused between a mango tree and a pond? That is the kind of confusion you're talking about here. Will you ever get confused that what is a mango tree and what is a pond? Are they same or different? No. Mango tree also supports biodiversity. Pond also supports biodiversity, but doesn't mean they are similar. Wetland is an area where you have a larger pond or a lake where you have accumulated water system. Okay, right? Now, in Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the program was launched to regenerate the wetland. So, yes. Can a mains question come from this area? Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, a mains question can be asked. It has been asked from this area as well. And depends upon what the mains question is. That is what you will have to write. Okay, so if a question comes that what is the utility of the wetland, you have to straight away describe the utility. And for each of the points that we have discussed, you can write a couple of sentences. That will be more than sufficient. Okay, now here, when we talk about these wetlands, so oftentimes aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems, they frequently coexist, and it works as a natural filter, immobilizing potentially hazardous or contaminating chemicals by reducing the flow. And the vegetation or the plants which are there, they will trap those contaminants, not allow them to flow anymore. So that is how the purification process is carried out. Now we come to the portion of the Ramsar Convention. Now, what is this Ramsar Convention? So, basically, all these utilities and benefits that you associate with the wetlands, where they buffer the coastline as well, they basically have a support for the biodiversity as well. All these various portions that you see associated with a wetland, that had already indicated to the environmentologists as well as the biologists that wetlands need to be conserved, the wetlands need to be protected, right? So there was an increasing awareness because in regions of North America, in regions of Europe, through the 40s, 50s, 60s, you had an incessant capturing of the wetlands for construction purposes, and urban areas were planned out in these wetlands. Everything was concretized. So that is where the scientists across the world, they came together for what was referred to as the Mar Conference. That was the first conference. Mar Conference. Why I took a pause is because I took a look at the question here, and the question is by Shivaji. What are the CRZ rules in the coastal areas? So, is it something that is deliberately asked like this, or is that a random question which has popped up in your mind early in the morning? Are we anywhere close to discussing about the coastal regulation zone right now? You could have very well asked about the number of critically endangered species present in India. You could have a random question about Kyoto Protocol as well. Again, I would reiterate to all of you, have and hold a bit of patience. We will discuss CRZ norms. Coastal regulation zones are very, very different from the topic that we are discussing as of now. Just because you heard a coastline here, now you want to discuss the CRZ. Please understand that the CRZ, which was there has been amendment to the CRZ norms as well. CRZ of 2011 norms and CRZ of 2018 norms, they are different. So that is a detailed topic that you need to cover. It is not something that, okay, coastal regulation zone, zone 1, zone 1A, then zone 2 is this, zone 3 is this, zone 4 and zone 5 is this. Will that be sufficient for you to understand? So please have patience. Or if you are asking random questions, be absolutely random. You can ask anything out there. Ask anything about why is there no life on moon, why is there for example the oceanic water is blue, which why is it that the dinosaurs went extinct. Ask random questions out there. That will be much more apt. Now, so coming back to the topic, So we had the uh, conduction of the Mar Conference in the early 1960s. Now, that Mar Conference, basically, here Mar stood for marshes. This is basically indicated marshes. And this talked about the conservation of the marshes and the wetlands. Right. Now, through the 60s, consensus building was done. Various different stakeholders, parties were brought to the table, and they developed a kind of a consensus that yes, indeed, the wetlands, the bogs, the marshes, the swamps, they need to be protected. They are an important part of the natural ecosystem. They are a very important part of the recycling of the nutrients in general. They are an important part for the conservation of biodiversity, and much more importantly, they are important for our own survival as well. So that is where in 1971, eventually, all of that was decided, or the aspect of conservation was given a formalized look in the form of the Ramsar Convention. So that Ramsar Convention was signed in 1971, and it talked about the basic principle which we refer to as the wise use principle. Wise use principle. That is, having a judicious utilization of the wetlands. Okay, sustainable utilization of the wetlands, where yes, you can use the wetland for drinking water supply, you can use the wetlands for provision of water for agricultural purposes, but you cannot deplete the wetland of all the water that it has. So that is why it has, when we talk about the Ramsar Convention, so it also talked about the wise use principle promoting sustainability. Promoting sustainability. Okay, prevent over exploitation. And see, please understand, wise use here does not refer to the fact that don't use the resources from there. Okay, wise use does not represent that. When we talk about wise use principle here, please understand that it talks about utilizing it for your own good, but saving enough for the future, and saving enough to ensure that the conditions of the ecology or the environment, they are not damaged immediately. Okay, so under this premises, the Ramsar Convention was arrived at, and it was in the Iranian city of Ramsar. And here, the convention, what is the norm of the convention is that the countries, they submit the names of these particular wetlands. See, wetlands are numerous in count, wetlands are very large in number, but not all the wetlands require immediate amount of prominence or immediate amount of conservation and protection. So that is why you will observe that certain wetlands which require attention, which are important for tourist purposes, for conservation purposes. So the country in question that submits the list of these wetlands to the Ramsar Convention, and after looking through the entire process and the entire region of these wetlands, few of the wetlands, they are declared as Ramsar sites. Being declared as a Ramsar site is always, in a way, important for a particular region because it attaches a significant degree of importance to that. It identifies the relevance of that wetland for the conservation of biodiversity as well. And also at the same time, it will also benefit you by promoting tourist activities and economic realizations as well. Okay, so Ramsar Convention is a convention of wetlands signed in 1971 in the Iranian city of Ramsar. The negotiation started in the 1960s itself, when you had basically the aspect of Mar Conference. And finally, it came into force in 1975. So you don't have to learn when is it that these conventions came into force. You only have to be careful about when is it that it was agreed upon. So it is not a regulatory regime. Now, it will not provide you a regulation for your own internal laws. Now, It was modified by various different protocols, for example, Regina protocol, the Paris protocol, etc. So that is where it was modified. Now please understand, now even though at a later point of time I will discuss it in detail, but here also you need to understand the basic difference between a convention and a protocol. So that is where many of you might get confused. So what is the difference between a convention and a protocol? So when you hear about the term convention, convention is basically where different members they come together and they decide that this is the larger objective or the larger goal for which we will be working. That is a convention. When we talk about the convention, they don't have a kind of a timely targets that they have to achieve, for example. They just have a larger goal that they have declared. Protocol is when you have set a timely targets. I'll give you a simple example, the example that you can associate with. Imagine five of your friends, you got together at, let's suppose, any of the food chain, let's suppose McDonald's. You get together at McDonald's and together you decide that we will clear the civil services examination. When will you clear the examination? Where will you give the paper? Where will you carry out the preparation? Which is the optional that you will select? When is it that you will finish the optional? That is not decided. But in general, over a piece of burger and fries, you have decided that you will compete for civil services examination. So that will be a convention. You can name that as a McDonald's convention. So that will be a convention where you have decided a kind of an objective. You have not decided the basic nuances of it, that how you are going to achieve it. You are not very sure about the exact path that you will be following, but that is the larger goal that you want to achieve. That will be a convention. But let's suppose after 4 to 5 weeks, all those 4 to 5 friends, they realize that yes, we have decided that we will go for this civil services examination, but how how do we prepare for that? When is it that we start the preparation? When is it that we should finish the optional? When is it that we should initiate the revision? When is it that we should initiate the answer writing? So then all of you sit together, you decide a timeline that, okay, by the month of September or by the month of November, general studies would be completed, answer writing would be initiated. By the month of December, by that time, optional preparation would be completed. From January onwards, only revision, answer writing, etc., then prelims. So there you set a designated timeline. That is a protocol. So every convention, majority of the convention, they will have a protocol to follow, right? That protocol gives you the timely target that you want to achieve, that will take you to the larger aim or objective. Is that clear? The difference between the convention and the protocol? Or is there any doubt which remains? Good. So for that is why for a convention you will have a protocol which designates the timely targets and so on. Now here you come across another important aspect and technical terminology, and that is the Montreux record. This was asked in UPSC in 2014 prelims. Now when we talk about Montreux record, so it is a mechanism that was launched much later than the Ramsar Convention, where it was identified that even though you have wetlands being designated as Ramsar sites, does not mean that those Ramsar sites will be in the pink of their health. Many of these Ramsar sites need urgent attention, need urgent conservation. So that is where you will find that few of these wetlands which required urgent attention, urgent protection, urgent conservation, they were included in a list. That is what we refer to as the Montreux record. So basically, in a simple gist, if you have to associate it, so these include the Ramsar sites that need urgent attention. Okay, so if you take a look at the question which was asked in 2014, so I will be discussing few of the PYQs on maybe Monday or Wednesday, because right now we have not covered enough of the content. So certain PYQs we will be discussing either on a Monday or on a Wednesday, so that you also have some time to be able to grapple with these PYQs, to be able to tackle these PYQs as well. Okay. Now, This is the timeline for the Ramsar Convention overall. So here you will observe it is in 1962 that you had the Mar Conference called for the International Treaty of Wetlands. Now, in the entire interregnum between 1963 to 70, the text was being finalized. There was increased kind of convergence of ideas that, okay, consensus building is needed for the conservation of wetlands. That is when eventually in 1971, the Ramsar Convention took place. Now, this is important or relevant for your prelims that Australia was the first country. Okay. Australia was the first country to accede to the convention, to become a part of that particular convention. Then in 1974, first Ramsar site was declared, and that was in Australia. India became the contracting party to the convention and declared Chilika Lake and Kuladev National Park. Where is Kuladev situated? In which particular state do you have the Kuladev? Because Chilika, I'm sure all of you would be aware of. Where is Kuladev? Very good. It is in Rajasthan. Good. Shivaji, Munna, Chaitanya. Very good. Kuladev is in Rajasthan. So that is where you have the first Ramsar sites which were declared. As of now, how many Ramsar sites are there in our country? We have 75 Ramsar sites. Do you need to learn all of them? How many of you feel that you need to learn all of them to do good in your examination? Please understand. Please don't learn this. Okay? If you are learning the list of 75 names for the Ramsar, just to give you an idea, there are more than 100 national parks, more than 580 wildlife sanctuaries, more than 50 tiger reserves, more than 30 elephant reserves, around 20 um, the biosphere reserves. So overall, you are keeping a task for yourself to learn close to around 800, 700 to 800 different sites. So if you want to do that in your life, fair enough, you can do that. Uh, and in that case, you will be only learning all the names. All the meanwhile, it might be possible that UPSC doesn't ask a question from that. Ideally, what I would suggest all of you is that please don't get trapped uh, in the herd mentality that you see around you, where everybody is concentrating upon learning all of the things. Please focus only on the wetlands which have been added in the past year or so, past year and a half. Whenever you are appearing for the examination, if you are appearing for the examination in 2024, look at the wetlands added in the past year and a half. If you are appearing for the exam in 2026, look at the wetlands added in the past year and a half. Now those wetlands you need to take a look at where they are located, which state are they located in, and that will be sufficient. So this should be tackled based only on current affairs. Okay, only recent additions and their location needs to be looked into. Okay. Now, here basically these are the various Ramsar sites, the 75 Ramsar sites across the country. Again, if you are interested, you can rectify this, you can learn this, but it won't have much of a significance there. Now, World Wetland Day, first celebrated in 1997, it is celebrated on 2nd of February to mark the anniversary or the commemoration of the Ramsar Convention. It is generally on 2nd of February where you have many new wetlands which keep on getting declared. Okay, that generally happens on 2nd of February. Now, here, the highest decision making for any convention is generally the conference of parties. The conference of parties here refers to the member states and their organizations, they taking part and finalizing the decision making process and deciding the future path to pursue. So conference of parties to the convention meets every 3 years. Important for prelims. Okay. See, guys, wherever I am writing important for prelims while revising, kindly pay stress to that. Okay. The 14th Conference of Parties to the Ramsar Convention was co-hosted by Wuhan at China and Geneva, Switzerland in November 2022. So the next Conference of Parties will be held in 2025. Now, the Ramsar Convention has got 6 international partners, organizational partners. This is also going to be relevant for your prelims. Why I am stressing so much for prelims in the Ramsar Convention is because, see, there generally was a kind of a very slow addition of Ramsar sites for a long time. It is only last year, in order to celebrate the 75th year of Indian independence, we have increased the number of Ramsar sites and we have now got 75 Ramsar sites. So UPSC after that has not asked a question in prelims about the Ramsar sites. So it is highly probable that UPSC in the next couple of years, in the prelims in particular, can frame a question about either the Ramsar sites or the Ramsar Convention or the utility of the wetlands or the location of the wetlands. So UPSC can always frame a question from that. It is very probable in the next couple of years. Okay. Now, here, the 6 international partners: International Union for Conservation of Nature, that is IUCN, Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, BirdLife International, Wetlands International, WWF, International Water Management Institute, Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust. These are basically the various different organizations involved in the process. Now, after that, we come to mangroves. What are mangroves? Mangroves are basically, in very simplistic terms, so that you don't get confused between mangroves and things like wetlands. Mangroves are basically your trees, as simple as that. Okay, these are the trees which have adapted themselves, which have evolved themselves in such a way they can grow in the coastal areas in submerged conditions as well. Even across inland lakes in submerged conditions, the mangroves can grow very well. Now, there are various different benefits and threats associated to the mangroves as well. Now, in India, where do you find the mangroves? So, the spread, the regional distribution in India. Here, first of all, entirety of coastline, coastal states. Amongst the coastal states, the largest mangrove cover is to be found where, or not only the coastal states, but across the coastline, the largest amount of mangrove density you will find in the region of Sundarbans. In fact, the very name Sundarbans, where is that name arrived from? So, uh, in fact, the preconceived notion which exists is Sundarbans basically refers to a beautiful forest, but that is not the case. The name Sundarbans has been derived from the term Sundari. So, Sundari tree is a kind of a mangrove, and that Sundari tree is found in significant abundance in the region of Sundarbans, and it is from that Sundari tree that the name Sundarbans has been arrived at. Okay, so that is the one of the cases. Then you have Bhitarkanika in the region of Odisha, Mahanadi Delta. Then you have the Krishna Godavari Delta, where you have the Korenga Wildlife Sanctuary as well. So these are the ones where you will find a lot of various different mangrove vegetation. Along with that, you will also have the presence of this across the islands, Andaman, Nicobar, and Lakshadweep. Along with that, inland lakes and reservoirs. Okay, example, Sambar Lake, Chilika Lake, Wooler, Okay, here you can have Hirakud. Okay, even various different dams that you consider, you will find them. Along with that, you will also find them across the region of Run of Kutch. Okay, so these are the regional distribution. Now, mangroves generally, under normal circumstances, if you try to have trees in a region which is oversaturated with water, which has got a lot of water present in that region, you will find that trees immediately start to die. But the mangroves, they have adapted in such a way that they are able to survive in that region as well. So they are able to survive because of the adaptations that they carry out. So what are the adaptations generally that you will find in the case of the mangroves? So let us take a look at them. So one is basically pneumatophores. Pneumatophores, viviparity, salt secreting glands, as well as adventitious roots. These are basically few of the adaptations indicated. What is pneumatophores? So in certain areas, what you will observe, let's suppose this is the tree. Okay, let's suppose this is your mangrove vegetation. Now here you have this particular area under water, saturated with water. Now the roots of the plants, they require availability of oxygen as well, availability of moisture as well. They cannot only survive without oxygen. Now when you have water which is stagnant there, obviously oxygen supply will be hindered to the roots. The roots won't get enough oxygen supply. So what the roots indicate is a unique behavior where you have small outgrowths emerging above the soil. And that is for the supply of oxygen. These outgrowths that you observe in the case of the roots, which emerge out of the soil, these are referred to as pneumatophores. Okay, so here you will observe basically outgrowth, outgrowth emerging above saturated soil conditions for access to oxygen. Mangroves are always found in salt water. That is not the case. You have a few varieties of mangroves which can also be found near fresh water. There, all these kinds of few of these adaptations don't happen, but in majority of the cases, they'll be found in salt water system. Now, then we come to, do we have any kind of utility of mangrove? I'll come to that. The utility of mangrove trees will come to that. Now we come to the viviparity. Now, viviparity is a process of reproduction. So, in general, what you observe is when you have, let's suppose, the existence or the presence of a tree. Okay, let's suppose. Now, how is it that the tree will reproduce in general? You will have the seeds or the fruit which will fall down, and that is where sometimes the seeds will germinate and you will have a new plant which will grow. But imagine this process in a region which is covered in water. In that case, if the seeds will fall in water, it can very well be carried away by the water itself, right? So there won't be any further germination. So in order to avoid this, what is observed is something very unique, where if you consider this to be the tree, now for a significant proportion, you will have the younger saplings which will start growing here itself, on the sides itself. And they will grow for a certain height till they are tall enough to survive, sturdy enough to survive, and then they will simply separate themselves and fall on the ground. Okay. they will fall on the ground and they will start their growth. So that is basically viviparity. It is a methodology of new saplings germinating on the existent branches and eventually falling on the ground after they have gained some size. So this is to improve the survivability of the young saplings. Okay, to improve survivability. Now, then comes another very important adaptation, and that is the salt secreting glands. These are present in the underside of the leaves in general circumstances. Present on the leaves. Why? So basically, when you consider the process of transpiration, in the process of transpiration, we have discussed that the leaves, they tend to lose water through the various different pores which are present, right? The pores, so you have in the stem the basic food, water, etc., which is supplied through xylem and phloem, and that water eventually enters the leaves, and the leaves will lose that water by the process of transpiration. This is when under the ground surface you have the fresh water. But what if we consider the situation of the mangroves, where majorly they are present in the salt water condition? Now, in those situations, what will you observe is that all that salt water, now, whenever you evaporate salt water, I hope we are aware that evaporation of salt water would lead to loss of only the water molecules. The salt molecules are left behind, right? So here also, when salt water enters into the system, it is only the water molecules which will be separated, where the salt molecules can end up blocking these pores in general. They can block these pores in general, isn't it? So that is where what do you observe is that these pores, they become blocked. So that is why the leaves have the special salt secreting glands, where all that salt from the salt water, that gets accumulated on the leaves under surface or on the top itself, and then maybe by the rustling of the wind or by any slight shaking, all of that salt is returned back to the surface. So this is, in a way, accumulates the salt present in the saline water, okay, and eventual disposition is carried out. Okay, then you have adventitious roots. What do we mean by adventitious roots? Is basically that sometimes, if you take a look at these mangroves here, if you take a look at these mangroves, observe that the stems, they are, or the branches or the trunks, they are not very thick, right? Now they need to have some support on themselves as well. So many of the times we will observe, as in this case, observe here, you basically have the root system, which in many of the cases it emerges above water, Okay, so observe in this case also, the root system emerges above water. So what happens is, if you have a plant with a thin stem, but root also needs access to oxygen. Here it is saturated with water, so root also needs access to oxygen, and along with that the tree also needs some amount of support. So that is where you will have the roots emerging above water itself. Okay, and eventually they will lead to the very extensive root network. So adventitious roots are there to provide support to the tree and ensure access to oxygen, or access of oxygen to the roots. So it is with the help of these adaptations in general that the mangroves are able to survive even in conditions where generally the other trees, they find it very difficult to even exist. They are able to survive in regions where water saturates and water accumulates in an area. Now we come to the benefits, the ecosystem services in general. Ecosystem services refer to the benefits that you derive from the ecosystem. What are the benefits associated with the mangroves? So mangroves are always associated with a wide variety of benefits. One by one, we'll take a look at each one of them. First of all, wood. So the density of wood in the trees is very high, because here itself, you just take a random look at the image here. You won't be able to observe what is present 100 meters or 50 meters beyond this tree line. Why? Because the density of wood is so very high. It makes passage to the region incredibly difficult, but at the same time, the benefit of it is that the wood provides you fuel. Okay. Now, here, after that, then you have the coastal protection. So when we talk about the coastline, so across the coastal areas, you will observe that these mangroves, they form a kind of a buffer, a kind of a protection wall. Okay. Now, the ideal example of this coastal protection was observed when the entire region of South Asia was struck with a very devastating and damaging tsunami which occurred on 26th of December 2004. Again, many of you would not have remembered anything about it. Many of you would have come into this world after that as well. But then, that was as devastating a natural disaster as you can imagine. Even today, if sometime you get an opportunity to look at the videos of that disaster on YouTube, you will be absolutely appalled by the level of destruction and damage that a tsunami can cause. In India, yes, there was destruction damage which was caused across the eastern coastline. Many of the regions experienced significant amount of losses. But then regions such as Sri Lanka, etc., many of the areas were completely wiped out. Now, immediately after tsunami, obviously people were still counting out that where is it that losses have happened, which are the areas where the losses have happened. So basically, while gauging the losses which happened across the eastern coastline, there was already a worry that if the eastern coastline of India is so much destroyed, what would have happened for Andaman Nicobar Islands? Andaman Nicobar Islands would be completely drowned out. But when people did get a chance to visit the Andaman Nicobar Islands and take stock of the situation, they found out, to their utmost surprise, that the islands were significantly protected and almost unimpacted by any of the events of tsunami. And that was because naturally across the coastal area, the mangroves have been in existence. It is a different matter altogether that we have managed to depopulate the coastal areas of the mangrove population due to construction activity, urbanization, etc. So that is why they act as a kind of a natural buffer out there. They also carry out water filtration. How? Because here also, let's suppose there is a kind of a flow of water in the, again I would refer you back to the same image. So again, let's suppose you have the aspect where you want to you have some water which is flowing from this region. All the heavy contaminants will be trapped by the root nodules here itself. To add on to that, these root nodules will also produce the various different, let's suppose, organic matter. So the region of the mangroves is particularly good for and beneficial for aquaculture activities as well. It is beneficial for increased number of fishes that you find in the region. Okay, now you will observe that the foliage is also very, very dense, lot of leaves. So increased carbon sequestration or carbon dioxide absorption due to photosynthesis will also be carried out. So tourism, fisheries, climate regulation. So there are various different benefits associated when you talk about the mangroves. Okay. So that is why preservation and conservation of mangroves is very important, not only to combat climate change, to preserve biodiversity, pristine, careful amount of biodiversity, and also ensure the natural ecosystem balance in the coastal community. Otherwise, if you remove the mangroves from the coastal area, that coastal community will invariably suffer from the coastal erosion as well. Slowly and steadily, in many of the regions, coastal erosions, they also do happen. So that is something which is required. Now, what are the threats that the mangroves face? First of all, because wood is present, so people will also cut down that wood. So logging, that is, you start gathering the wood, so that will reduce the population of the mangrove trees. To add on to that, agriculture, now claiming or reclamation of larger areas under mangrove vegetation for agricultural practices, that has also put a lot of mangrove vegetation in danger, right? So when we talk about agriculture, basically reclamation of land and extension of agriculture is one of the leading sources of deforestation across the world in general. So that is also the case with the mangrove population. Then aquaculture. So incessant and an unsustainable aquaculture practice can also lead to the loss of the mangroves. Then pollution, coastal development. These are the various different threats which are faced. Okay. Now, the government this year, in the budgetary announcement in February, had announced a couple of schemes, both for the conservation of the mangroves as well as for the conservation of the wetlands. For the conservation of mangroves, it had announced the Misty scheme. And for the conservation of wetlands, it had announced what was referred to as which scheme? Are we aware of that? The doyens of current affairs that are present here. Are we aware of the scheme announced this year for the conservation of wetlands? Misty is for conservation of mangroves. I just now said that. Good, Janvi. Very good. Annie. Very good. It is the Amrit Dharohar scheme. This is for conservation of wetlands, promote wise use, ensure sustainability by involving the local population. Okay, so this is the Amrit Dharohar scheme that the government had launched for the conservation of wetland. For the conservation of mangrove, the government had launched this year the Misty scheme, right? And that is, Misty basically stands for the Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitats and Tangible Income. Shoreline habitat and tangible income basically indicates that if you protect and conserve the mangroves, the population of the or the general coastal population will also benefit. It would also accrue to your source of income in general. So that Mishti scheme envisages to comprehensively overall the possibility of explore the possibility of development of mangrove vegetation covering almost 540 square kilometers spreading across the coastal states, various different coastal states. Okay, sharing of best practices on plantation techniques, conservation measures, management practices, and also what is it that you have to be on the lookout for when you are preparing for your prelims. Many of the times candidates do ask us that what is the difference that you need to have for prelims preparation. So while you are studying something, let's suppose for the mains examination, you are studying the MISTI scheme. Here you come across the important aspect of resource mobilization through public-private partnership. Immediately it becomes relevant for your prelims. Because you might get a question statement here that MISTI scheme talks about only the government or ensures there is no private participation and only government investment which is carried out. So immediately you have to figure it out whether private participation is allowed in that or whether there is some restriction to that. So that you need to be able to figure out almost immediately. Okay. Now, after that, you have another aspect of current affairs which is associated with this, and that is Mangrove Alliance for Climate. Alliance for Climate. Now, this was launched on the sidelines of the Conference of Parties to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change last year, which was held in Egypt, the resort town of Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt. That is where it was launched. Now, this talks about the member nations increasing the share of the mangrove vegetation in their own territory. Because mangrove vegetation, increase of that will not only preserve the coastal ecosystem, will increase the biodiversity, but also will act as a buffer zone. It will also increase the amount of carbon dioxide which is trapped and will benefit in terms of fighting the battle against climate change. So this is for preservation. Objective of this is to increase the area under mangrove and also to combat climate change. How? By increased carbon capture and conservation of coastal ecosystem. Now, this was launched by various different countries. Now, one of the country which has launched it is basically under the partnership of UAE and Indonesia. UAE, because since 2021, UAE had made a commitment in front of the entire world that we will be increasing the area under mangrove vegetation. And also to add on to the fact that this year, in the next couple of months, UAE is going to hold the Conference of Parties for Climate Change in Dubai. So there is already an increased pressure on the hands of the UAE government as well, that to indicate something by example or leading by example, as it is referred to. And Indonesia, because in Indonesia you will have a large variety, a broad spectrum in terms of the genetic diversity as well of the mangrove vegetation. Almost one fifth of the entirety of the mangrove population of the world is to be found across the island reaches of the Indonesian region. So that is why it is very, very significant. India is a member. Okay. India is a member. Forged in 2022. Okay. Now, this is your portion of current affairs associated with mangroves, associated with the aspect of wetlands as well. Now we come to the other marine ecosystem. And in general, we have talked about the contributing factors or the determining factors which basically end up determining the amount of productivity and the species diversity that you find in the marine region. Now we have talked about, or I hope you are aware of the fact that in the water body, in the oceans, sunlight is not something which penetrates to the great depths itself. Sunlight oftentimes is restricted closer to the surface itself. So that is where in the lower reaches, you have basically the presence of the aphotic zone. So you have the classification of the water into photic and aphotic zone, right? Photic zone is basically where light is available, aphotic zone where light is not available. Do mangroves bear any fruits? Yes, they do. The mangroves, they do bear fruits. For example, one of the famous fruit that the mangroves bear is basically poison mango, which appears very similar to mango, but which is absolutely poisonous. So that is something that they will have. And if you ever see, if ever you want to visit the mangrove vegetation in significant um, depth, I would suggest to you either visit the region of uh, Korenga wildlife if you are present around the region of Andhra Pradesh, that is where you can visit the Krishna Godavari Delta, or Bhitarkanika in Odisha, or ever if you get a chance to visit what is referred to as the God's own country, that is Kerala. Do take that opportunity, visit Kerala, especially around the backwaters around Kovalam, Island, etc. You will get they do arrange a kind of a scenic move about around the mangrove vegetation, and you will be significantly enriched in your idea about what the mangroves are, how do they behave, what do we mean by these adventitious routes, and so on. Okay, yes, the Kayal systems. So photic zone is where light is available. Aphotic zone, light is not available. So photic zone extends for few hundred meters from the sea level. Beyond that zone, light is not able to transfer. So this is the region in permanent darkness. Permanent darkness. Now, for a long period of time, it was, as I told you, it was understood that there would not be any life which would be supported in the aphotic zone, because obviously plants would not be there, so no organic matter would be present. But as and when we explored the ocean bottom, till now we have not managed to explore the entirety of the ocean bottom, mind you. Till now, major portions of the ocean bottom, nobody has managed to even map out those areas. So, but whatever limited amount of exploration we have carried out, we have found out the presence of the ocean bottom. The species which are found to be present in the ocean bottom, those are referred to as the benthos, right? Benthos, species found in ocean bottoms. Okay, so they are also known as the benthic species. Now these benthic species, they have a very unique build. First of all, these are the species who have been living in consistent temperature, pressure condition, very high pressure condition, and also the permanent darkness is something that they have been living in for millions of years. Just to give you an idea about the amount of pressure, even though I would have, if you have attended the geography session, you would be aware of that. But the amount of pressure at the ocean bottom is so very high that larger ships, submarines, etc., they cannot exist in terms of their structural integrity. They get crushed and crumpled owing to the weight. So obviously the species which live there, they are habituated, they are adapted accordingly. So they have a hardened skull, right? You will observe that they will have very large eyes to be able to look into absolute darkness. Majority of them will be filter feeders. That is the marine snow which floats around, they will feed on that. And marine snow, again I will repeat, is what? Is the presence of organic materials which keep on moving around in the oceanic water. So majority of them will be filter feeders. Many of them will also indicate bioluminescence. Bioluminescence is what? When you have the ability to produce light in your body. Bioluminescence. So that is also an indication. So these are few of the adaptations. Now example of this, the famous example is oarfish, most common example as well. You have few categories of shark as well, which are prevalent, by the way. Not as large as a tiger or the great white shark, but basically the smaller grade of sharks as well, where you'll find that the skull is hard and the eyes are larger. The body is much more streamlined and thin, so that it doesn't have to withstand that heavy pressure exerted from above, from top. Now, after this, here, basically temperature, salinity, depth, currents, etc., they become the determining factors in the marine ecology. And it is divided, the marine aquatic system is divided into photic and aphotic zone. Okay. And marine environment accounts for close to around 70% of the Earth's surface in terms of area. Now, when we talk about corals or coral reefs, now, these are also what are referred to as the tropical rainforest of the water ecosystem. Okay. What are corals, by the way? So, corals, these are a species of animals which comes under the category of cnidaria. Now, these are basically fixated on the ground surface. And they have the ability to synthesize the calcium and the carbonate ions present in the water around them and build a very hard and sturdy calcium carbonate exoskeleton for them. Okay, so these are your individual corals. Now, individual coral or a coral polyp, oftentimes they come together, many of them they come together and they form a kind of a reef. They form a kind of a uniform structure that we refer to as a reef. So when we talk about coral reefs, these are the reef building corals, also known as rainforest of water or marine ecosystem in general. Okay, so here when you take a look at that, why is it that they are referred to as the rainforest of the marine ecosystem? First of all, what do the rainforests do? They take in excess amount of carbon dioxide and they replenish the entire region with the oxygen, because the rainforests have an abundance of trees. So here also the corals replenish the water with oxygen. Then, other than that, what do? They host corals, provide food and shelter to a wide range of biodiversity. That is why conservation of corals is absolutely of the essence. You need to be able to conserve these corals in general, right? Because whenever the corals will die, it will impact the marine ecosystem for a very long run as well, for a very long term as well. Generally, when you talk about the corals, so corals, they are of two broader categorization. One is the warm water coral, other is the cold water coral. The warm water coral is something that you find in the tropical waters, closer to the surface, where zooxanthellae lives in. Zooxanthellae populates them, and these corals, the zooxanthellae produces food by photosynthesis, and that is the one which is more predominant across the tropical regions of the world or the island territories of the world. Now, when you talk about the cold corals, the cold water corals, for example, you have one of them, the species of them, that is the black coral. Now, black coral is to be found at the sometimes at the bottom of the ocean at a greater depth of 4,000 meters and so on. So they don't need zooxanthellae to survive. They can carry out the process themselves. Now, it is not as if they will carry out photosynthesis because sunlight is not available. But then they don't require the zooxanthellae, and they can survive for thousands of years. Okay, so generally we will be concerned with the warm water corals in our study, but you should be aware because black corals was in discussion the early this year and late last year because of the findings which have happened. So black coral was in discussion. That is something you should be aware of. Okay, now here, in general, when we talk about the corals, so this is what an individual coral polyp does appear to look like. And here, they will build a complex calcium carbonate exoskeleton. And this is the body morphology of the corals. If you observe, it has got various different tentacles, and these tentacles are there to trap the food. Okay, any food which is moving, that is trapped and it is pushed through the orifice and then into the digestive tract. Now, here, they are lined up with, on the tentacles, they are lined up with zooxanthellae. That is the algae. It is a symbiotic relationship. Symbiotic relationship. No, they don't eat fishes. These will eat the marine snow, the small amount of organic matter which move around in the ocean. That is what they will be able to consume between zooxanthellae and corals. Okay, zooxanthellae, as we have discussed already, they carry out the process of photosynthesis, and corals, they provide them with a platform. Corals will get nutrition as a result of that. Zooxanthellae oftentimes are embedded within the membranes. So it is the zooxanthellae which provides the vivid coloration pattern to the various different corals that you visualize or that you are able to see. All the various hues of colors that you see in the corals, that is provided by the zooxanthellae. Now, when the conditions suddenly change, when the conditions become harsher, in the sense, let's suppose that you have sudden rise in temperature, a marine heat wave has occurred, let's suppose. Now, whenever you have a marine heat wave which has occurred, sudden temperature rise, so there the zooxanthellae's productivity reduces by 60 to 90%. Many of that zooxanthellae abandons the coral and simply moves away. Right. Now, if the conditions, let's suppose, they retreat back or they revert into the original scenario or into the natural equilibrium within 45 days or 60 days, the zooxanthellae population might come back. But then, many of the times, the conditions obviously do not revert. So the corals, they are left without zooxanthellae. And that means they are going to be found with the calcium carbonate exoskeleton itself, isn't it? So that is what is referred to as the bleaching of the corals, where the corals will indicate a kind of a whitish appearance for that matter. That is the coral bleaching. Now, in case of the coral bleaching, that happens when the zooxanthellae productivity, first of all, reduces, and eventually after that, the zooxanthellae flees away from the corals, abandons the corals in terms of the harsh ecosystem or the harsh conditions which prevail around them. If the conditions revert to normalcy within 45 days or 50 days, the zooxanthellae population might repopulate the region. Otherwise, the corals, they are unable to survive, and it leads to mortality of the corals. So coral bleaching, while it is not permanent, but it can lead to the mortality of the corals. And when the mortality of the corals happen, we know the circumstances can be quite drastic, particularly for the marine ecosystem in general. Now, other than that, here basically you will also observe that these corals, they have accumulated, they basically, the coral polyp has got the ability to synthesize calcium, right? Calcium ions which are present, carbonate ions which are present, and they build a kind of calcium and carbonate ions. They are naturally present in marine waters. So then they are able to build a complex or a very hard calcium carbonate exoskeleton. Now, once these corals will die, they will leave behind the calcium carbonate exoskeleton. And the next generation of coral will be utilizing the calcium carbonate exoskeleton left behind by the previous generation. Okay. And they will also be synthesizing their own share of calcium carbonate from the surrounding. When that generation will die, again, they will leave behind the calcium carbonate exoskeleton. And this process continues. That is how eventually the corals, they keep on surfacing close to the water level. As soon as they emerge above water, immediately they die. Okay, so then you are left with only the calcium carbonate rocky surface, and that ends up creating many of the coral islands as well. For example, the Lakshadweep group of islands that you see, there many of them are coral islands. Maldives that you see, they are also coral islands. So immediately, as soon as they emerge above water, they will die. So what is coral bleaching? So when coral polyps lose their symbiotic algae, that is zooxanthellae, without it, the coral, observe, it appears very whitish. With zooxanthellae, it has got vivid coloration. Without zooxanthellae, absolutely whitish in appearance. This is where they won't be able to carry out any of the processes that they do, and that is where the corals, they die. Now, what are the conditions which lead to bleaching? The conditions which can lead to coral bleaching. To bleaching. Sudden rise in temperature, which is induced due to climate change. Then after that, you can also have the factor that when we talk about marine pollution is of various different types. So marine pollution can be the aspect of, yes, oil spill, very good, solid waste dumping, etc., excessive sedimentation, plastic waste also will be a marine pollution, yes. Then after that, you can also have the aspect of unsustainable fishing practices, like bottom trawling. That also uproots the corals immediately. Then you will have here also diseases. Okay, they can also lead to bleaching. Space debris. Are you talking about the space debris crashing onto the water so that is not significant? No, no. Underwater volcanoes, yes, you can talk about that in certain cases, but that is not a major cause or massive cause of bleaching. But yes, it does cause bleaching wherever it does occur. Ocean acidification also leads to bleaching, yes. Increased acidification. But that influences the corals in a very different way. They are unable to build the exoskeleton themselves, right? Increased acidification of oceans. Okay. So that is basically the aspect of the reasons leading to coral bleaching, particularly in the case of warm water corals. Okay. Now, majority of the warm water corals is something that you will find in the region around Indonesia. What is also referred to as a coral triangle. How many of us are aware about the term coral triangle? Are we aware? No. Coral triangle. Yes, the Great Barrier Reef is an example of warm water coral. That is correct. So, what is a coral triangle? So, basically, where is it that the corals will be found? Corals will be found typically in the region where you have the water which is not very deep, where the water is shallow. Now, where is it that the water is shallow? Particularly across the coastline. So, wherever you have a lot of islands, lot of corals will be there. So, in the region between Eastern Indian Ocean and the Western Pacific, in the entirety of the area from Malaysia to Timor Leste to Solomon Islands to Indonesia, all the way extending up till Polynesia, in that entire stretch, Philippines, etc., in that entire stretch, the predominance of corals is very high. Almost more than one third of the global corals are to be found in that region itself. And that is what is the coral triangle. Okay. So, region around Malaysia, Indonesia, Timor Leste, Solomon Islands, Philippines. Okay. In all these areas, New Guinea, right? So, in all these areas, New Genoa rather, in all these areas, Polynesia as well. So, due to the presence of thousands of islands, almost one third of the coral population of the world is to be found in this area, and that is the region which is referred to as the coral triangle. Okay, the even to the northernmost portion of Australia where you have the coral sea. So, Papua New Guinea, yes, Papua New Guinea is also going to be a part of this. Okay, now that is the coral triangle. Okay, so that is where we'll finish it today. We'll end this portion here today, and we'll come back on Monday, and we will initiate the discussion from the bio-rock technology onwards, and we will move ahead. Okay, so that is where we'll restrict the discussion here for today. Let us take a few questions out there, and we will end the session. Now, what is the last word of the fourth point? Unsustainable fishing practices like bottom trawling. This is trawling, not trolling, trawling. So this is a methodology of fishing or a practice of fishing where a large net is attached with the boat, and as the boat moves, the net scraps the ocean floor in order to catch as much as it is possible. But in the process, it many of the times uproots the various different corals and the various different vegetation also that you find in certain continental shelf area. That is why bottom trawling is banned almost across the world. India has also banned bottom trawling, but it is a different matter that many of our fishermen they don't agree to the government's decision to ban bottom trawling. It is still carried out in the Tamil Nadu coastline, and that is where the coastal ecosystem is getting impacted. And Coral Triangle is basically the region around Southeast Asia and the island regions around Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Philippines, etc. Now, please understand these corals, warm water corals, will grow in areas where sunlight is available. Where is it that sunlight is available? In the shallower depths. That is where is it that shallower depths will be present? Closer to the landmass. So wherever you have a lot of landmass, for example, the islands, thousands of islands present around the region of Indonesian and Philippine archipelago, in all these regions across the water body in these areas, the abundance of corals is quite significant. They have a very high proportion, and also very high genetic diversity is also present. That is indicated by a coral triangle. Okay. Diseases, they cause bleaching because they will influence the algal species. Zoonotic diseases caused by certain bacteria, they can kill the algae. Okay. And then Ashish, in the context of wetland restoration, what are the best practices for selecting and propagating native plant species? So, the best practices in the sense that, first of all, you need to ensure that the boundaries of the wetlands need to have their integrity maintained. It is there that many of the times depositions, they worsen the health of the ecosystem. So that is where you can have the accumulator or hyper accumulator varieties of plants, which will not only accumulate the contaminants in that region, which will also form a kind of a barrier for other contaminants to flow in. Other than that, you should ensure that the invasive alien species are not promoted or do not come into that area. That is more than sufficient. And even in forest biome, Anshu, we have different kinds of forests. So we have discussed different types of forest yesterday also. Kindly take a look into that. Okay. So that is where we'll restrict the session here today, guys. We'll meet again on Monday. Till that point of time, do take care of yourself. Few of you, the questions which are still there, the SMEs will be able to reply to that. You will get the answer. In case any of your questions or queries are not responded to, please feel free to write to us at IS Live, or you can mail me directly and we'll get back to you accordingly. That will be all from my side today. Till we meet again on Monday, have a good weekend. Take care of yourself. Relax a bit. Goodbye. Thank you.
catastrophic.